Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Lovegood Family. In the rolling hills of Devon, where the English countryside stretches in peaceful undulations of emerald and gold, stands a most peculiar dwelling. Unlike the quaint cottages and neatly arranged farmhouses that dot the landscape, this structure rises from the earth like a forgotten chess piece, a rook standing sentinel over the surrounding fields. This is the home of the Lovegoods, a family as extraordinary as their dwelling. The Lovegood family, though small in number, has cast a long shadow across the wizarding world, not through power or political influence, but through their unwavering commitment to seeing the world differently. At the heart of this family during Harry Potter's time at Hogwarts were just two individuals, Xenophilius Lovegood and his daughter, Luna. Xenophilius Lovegood, whose very name suggests a love of the strange and unusual, has always moved through wizarding society as something of an outsider. With his flowing silver hair often unkempt and his wide, slightly protuberant eyes that seem to look beyond what others can see, Xenophilius cultivated not just an eccentric appearance, but an equally unconventional perspective on magic and reality. As the editor and publisher of the Quibbler, a magazine dedicated to conspiracy theories and unusual magical creatures not recognized by mainstream magizoologists, Xenophilius made his living by questioning established truths. Yet beneath his peculiar exterior and sometimes outlandish beliefs lay a heart of profound love and devotion. After the tragic death of his wife in a spell experiment gone wrong, an accident witnessed by their young daughter, Xenophilius poured all of his affection and protective instincts into raising Luna. His fierce dedication to her well-being would eventually lead him to risk everything, including his principles, when she was taken by Death Eaters during the Second Wizarding War. And then there is Luna herself, perhaps the most luminous example of how difference can be a form of strength. Named for the moon, Luna moved through her life at Hogwarts with a dreamy detachment that masked a startling perceptiveness. Her silvery eyes, so like her father's, seemed to pierce through social pretenses to see truths others missed. Though often dismissed as loony Lovegood by her less imaginative peers, Luna's ability to accept unusual possibilities without judgment made her not just a loyal friend, but a valuable ally when facing the darkest of magical challenges. Luna's beliefs in creatures such as Nargles, Rackspurts, and crumple-horned Snorkax, all staples of her father's publication, were not merely the products of an overactive imagination, but reflections of a mind willing to consider that the wizarding world, for all its documented wonders, might still hold mysteries beyond current understanding. This openness to possibility extended to her approach to friendship as well. Despite years of mockery and isolation, Luna never developed the protective shell of cynicism that might have seemed natural. Instead, she offered her friendship freely and valued the connections she made with a touching sincerity. The Lovegood household thus became a physical manifestation of its inhabitants' worldview, a space where conventional ideas of architecture, decoration, and daily living were reimagined according to a uniquely Lovegood logic. Just as Xenophilius and Luna followed their own path in their beliefs and social interactions, their home stood as a testament to the beauty that can emerge when imagination is given free rein. The bond between father and daughter was perhaps most poignantly illustrated during Luna's years at Hogwarts. While other students received practical gifts and conventional letters from home, Luna's parcels often contained unusual protective amulets and editions of the Quibbler with special messages encoded within its pages. And when she returned home for holidays, it was to a space that honored her identity, rather than attempting to reshape it into something more socially acceptable. In the Lovegood home, Luna's bedroom walls were adorned with her own paintings, intricate portraits of her friends Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Neville, connected by delicate golden chains, painted with the word friends, repeated like a magical incantation. This room stood as a private sanctuary where Luna's deepest values, friendship, loyalty, and love, were celebrated and preserved during her months away at school. Through the trials that would eventually come to the Lovegood family during Voldemort's rise to power, it was this foundation of unconditional acceptance and the courage to remain true to one's beliefs that would sustain them. Their home, like their family bonds, might be tested and even temporarily broken, but its essence, that willingness to see and create wonder, would remain. As the sun sets over the Devon countryside, casting long shadows from the distinctive silhouette of the Lovegood home, one might wonder, what unseen wonders might we discover if we too approached the world with the open-minded curiosity of the Lovegoods, and what hidden strengths might lie in celebrating rather than concealing our most authentic selves. Chapter 2. Location and Exterior Description. The gentle hills of Devon cradle many secrets within their verdant folds, but perhaps none quite so striking as the unusual structure that houses the Lovegood family. Nestled in a valley near the village of Ottery St. Catchpole, a community that, unbeknownst to its Muggle inhabitants, shelters several wizarding families, the Lovegood residence stands in magnificent contrast to its surroundings. Unlike the Burrow, home to the Weasley family, which grew organically in its haphazard vertical sprawl, or the neat Muggle dwellings with their predictable angles and symmetrical windows, the Lovegood house appears to have been designed with deliberate eccentricity. From a distance, as one approaches along the winding country lane that leads to this remote location, the structure first resembles a great dark tower rising from the earth. Drawing nearer, the precise nature of this architectural oddity becomes clear. The house has been built in the exact shape of a rook, that castle-like piece from the wizarding chess sets, that move with independent life across their checked battlefields. Perfectly cylindrical, the building rises straight upward for several stories, before ending in crenellations that silhouette against the sky like a crown of stone teeth. The exterior walls of the tower bear the weathered patina that comes from years of exposure to the English elements. Gray stone forms the primary construction material, though here and there, sections seem to have been repaired or expanded with different substances, perhaps the result of magical experimentation or necessity rather than aesthetic choice. These variations in texture create a subtle patchwork that changes with the light as the sun moves across the Devon sky. Windows punctuate the cylindrical walls in seemingly random patterns, some round like portholes on a ship, others arched like miniature cathedral windows, and still others in perfectly conventional rectangles. This asymmetry suggests that the interior spaces were designed according to need or whim rather than conventional architectural planning. At night, when lights glow within, these mismatched windows transform the tower into a lantern of geometric complexity, each illuminated opening telling its own story of the activities within. The main entrance to the home stands at the base of the tower, a door of ancient oak reinforced with iron bands that have developed a verdigris patina over the years. Unlike many wizarding dwellings, the entrance bears no particular enchantments visible to the casual observer, no knockers that ask riddles or doorbells that sing in changing harmonies. Instead, a simple brass knocker in the shape of an eagle with spread wings, perhaps a nod to Ravenclaw House, where Luna was sorted at Hogwarts, provides the only ornamentation. Surrounding the base of the tower is a garden unlike any other in the wizarding or Muggle world. Where most English cottage gardens might present neat beds of roses or orderly herb patches, the Lovegood garden explodes in a riot of plants that seem to follow no horticultural logic. Dirigible plums, orange radish-like fruits that the Lovegoods believe enhance one's ability to accept the extraordinary, float gently above their bushes, tethered by their stems in a permanent state of buoyant suspension. These unusual fruits sway in the slightest breeze, creating a constantly shifting scene of orange orbs against the green background. Interspersed among these floating fruits are plants with silver leaves that chime softly when touched by the wind, creating a subtle melody that changes with the seasons and weather. Elsewhere, flowers with petals that change color according to the moon's phase add an element of celestial responsiveness to the garden's appearance. The overall effect is one of organized chaos, a space where nature and magic intertwine, according to principles understood perhaps only by the Lovegoods themselves. A low stone wall encircles this extraordinary garden, though it appears more decorative than defensive. Made of the same weathered stone as the tower itself, the wall undulates rather than following a straight line, creating small alcoves and protrusions without apparent purpose. In several places, the stones have been embedded with what appear to be ordinary Muggle objects, bottle caps, broken spectacles, and fragments of mirror that catch the light in unexpected ways as the sun moves across the sky. The path leading from the garden gate to the front door is not the straight line of efficiency one might expect, but rather a meandering route paved with flat stones of varying colors and sizes. Each stone bears faint etchings, runes, symbols, and tiny drawings that might be constellations or magical creatures. To walk this path is to move through a record of Lovegood interests and beliefs, a physical manifestation of their intellectual journey. When rain falls on the Lovegood property, as it often does in the Devon countryside, the cylindrical shape of the house creates fascinating patterns of water flow down its sides. Without corners to redirect the rainwater, it streams in perfect vertical lines from the crenellations to the ground, creating a curtain of water around the tower. On particularly rainy days, the Lovegood home appears to stand within its own waterfall, the boundaries between building and environment temporarily dissolved. Beyond the garden wall stretches a meadow, dotted with wildflowers and tall grasses that dance in the constant breeze flowing through the valley. This meadow serves as a buffer between the magical intensity of the Lovegood property and the ordinary world beyond, a gradient of transition where magical plants gradually give way to their non-magical counterparts. As twilight descends over this remarkable dwelling, shadows elongate from the tower across the surrounding landscape, reaching like fingers toward the hills beyond. The setting sun catches the uppermost windows, transforming them into blazing eyes that survey the peaceful valley with benevolent vigilance. In such moments, one might wonder what wisdom might be gained if our homes were built not according to convention and practicality, but as true reflections of our inner landscapes and the unique ways we perceive the world. Chapter 3. The Unusual Architecture. The cylindrical tower of the Lovegood home represents more than merely an aesthetic choice. It embodies a philosophy of space and living that stands apart from both wizarding and Muggle architectural traditions. While most magical dwellings incorporate elements of their surrounding cultural context, the thatched cottages of Godric's Hollow, or the Victorian townhouses of Grimmauld Place, the Lovegood residents reject such contextual anchoring in favor of pure symbolic expression. The rook-like structure suggests a chess piece, yes, but in wizarding culture, the symbolism extends further. The rook, with its ability to move in straight lines across the board, represents direct action and protection, fitting attributes for a home designed to shelter a family that moves through the world with unconventional directness. Additionally, in ancient wizarding symbology, cylindrical structures were believed to prevent the accumulation of negative magical energy, as such energy could find no corners in which to gather and concentrate. Unlike the pragmatic approach taken by Arthur Weasley in expanding the burrow, adding rooms as his family grew, the Lovegood Tower appears to have been conceived as a complete vision from its founding stones. The perfect circularity of its footprint would have required considerable magical engineering, as traditional construction methods would struggle to achieve such precision without modern tools. This suggests that the original construction likely involved complex spatial charms, perhaps including undetectable extension charms, to create more interior space than the exterior dimensions would suggest. The walls themselves tell a story of magical construction. Close examination reveals that the stones used in building the tower were not quarried in the traditional sense, but appear to have been gathered from the surrounding landscape, river stones, field stones, and even what appear to be ancient standing stones, all bound together not with mortar, but with binding spells that have weathered differently over time. In places where newer stones have been added for repairs, the magical signature is visibly different, creating bands of varying texture around the circumference. The crenellations at the tower's summit serve both ornamental and practical purposes. Beyond their chess piece aesthetic, these stone teeth create a natural observatory platform from which to view celestial phenomena, crucial for a family with interest in astronomy and its connection to magical creatures and events. The specific number of crenellations, 9 in total, may reference the significance of that number in certain branch of arithmancy concerned with truth revealing. Perhaps most remarkable in the architectural design is the absence of visible support structures for the upper floors. Where most multi-story buildings rely on internal columns or load-bearing walls, the Lovegood Tower appears to maintain its internal spaces through magical suspension. This creates the impression that the floors within hover rather than rest upon one another, an effect that becomes apparent when entering the building and feeling the subtle give of each level, as if walking on a surface with the slightest elasticity. The windows punctuating the tower walls defy conventional placement, appearing at heights and intervals that make little sense from the outside. This irregularity becomes comprehensible only when one understands that their positioning corresponds not to exterior aesthetics, but to interior function. Each window placed precisely to capture light at specific times of day, or to frame particular views of astronomical importance. Some windows contain glass of varying colors, so that at certain hours, prismatic patterns dance across the interior walls like ephemeral paintings. Above certain windows, small stone protuberances jut from the tower's surface. These are not gargoyles in the traditional sense, but rather specialized magical implements disguised as decorative elements. Some function as weather indicators, changing color with approaching storms. Others serve as protection against flying magical creatures that might otherwise be drawn to the energy of the household. Still others appear designed to collect morning dew, which drips down channels carved into the stone and collects in small basins, likely ingredients for potions or magical experiments. The roof structure beneath the crenellations represents another departure from conventional wizarding architecture. Instead of sloping to shed rain and snow, it forms a perfect flat circle, magically treated to be impermeable. In its center stands what appears to be a miniature model of the solar system, not unlike the one found in the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic, though on a much smaller scale. This model rotates slowly but continuously, marking not just the movements of planets but also tracking the positions of certain stars believed by the Lovegoods to influence magical phenomena. The entire structure interacts with natural elements in ways that suggest intentional magical augmentation. During thunderstorms, for instance, the tower does not repel lightning but rather channels it through a complex system of magical conductors embedded in the stone, storing the energy for unknown purposes. Similarly, strong winds circling the tower create tonal harmonies as they pass through carefully placed apertures, some too small to be visible from a distance, producing a constantly changing melody that residents of Ottery St. Catchpole have occasionally mistaken for distant singing. No discussion of the Lovegood home's architecture would be complete without noting how it interacts with magical concealment. Unlike properties such as Hogwarts or the Quidditch World Cup grounds, which rely on muggle-repelling charms to maintain secrecy, the Lovegood Tower employs subtler methods. To muggle eyes, the building appears as a crumbling historical ruin, perhaps an ancient church tower or defensive structure, interesting enough to explain its presence, but uninviting enough to discourage close examination. Only those with magical awareness see its true form, with its perfectly maintained stonework and signs of vibrant habitation. The foundation upon which this extraordinary structure stands deserves special mention. The tower does not rest directly on the earth, but hovers approximately 3 inches above it, separated by an almost imperceptible gap. This separation, visible only when one deliberately looks for it, serves to isolate the building from certain earthbound magical currents that the Lovegoods believe can interfere with particular types of experimental magic. The levitation is maintained by charms renewed on the summer solstice each year, a private ceremony involving rituals known only to the family. As night falls, and the architectural details of the Lovegood Tower fade into shadow, its silhouette against the starry Devon sky raises an intriguing question. How might our understanding of both magic and reality expand if we designed our spaces not according to tradition or convention, but as physical embodiments of our most cherished beliefs about how the universe functions? Chapter 4. Interior Decorations. Crossing the threshold into the Lovegood home reveals an interior world as surprising and unconventional as its exterior promises. The circular footprint of the tower creates rooms without corners, spaces that flow into one another with a dreamy continuity that mirrors the Lovegoods' own approach to the boundaries between fact and fancy, the possible and impossible. The entrance hall welcomes visitors with a floor of polished stone, inlaid with a mosaic depicting magical creatures, some recognizable from the pages of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, others existing perhaps only in the fertile imagination of the Lovegood family. The ceiling of this space rises the full height of the tower, creating a vertical shaft around which a wrought iron spiral staircase winds upward. This central column of open space allows voices to carry between floors, creating an atmosphere where conversations blend and overlap, much like the ideas published in the Quibbler. Suspended in this central shaft hang objects that might at first glance appear to be chandeliers, but reveal themselves as collections of items gathered and curated by the Lovegoods over the years. From the lowest, just above head height, dangle crystalline structures that catch and split the light into rainbow patterns that rotate slowly across the walls. Higher up, preserved specimens of rare magical plants spiral in their own lazy rotation. Near the very top, what appears to be a collection of silver wind chimes creates sounds not based on contact, but on their relationship to one another. When one chime moves, others several feet away respond in harmonic sympathy, creating music that ebbs and flows without apparent pattern. The living spaces arranged around this central shaft reflect a philosophy of design that prizes meaning over convention, personal significance over aesthetic trends. The main sitting room, occupying a significant portion of the ground floor, features furniture that defies standard categorization. What might serve as sofas appear to have been constructed not from wood frames and upholstery, but from living plants, magically encouraged to grow into forms that accommodate human bodies in positions of comfortable repose. These botanical furnishings continue to grow at an imperceptibly slow rate, requiring occasional magical trimming to maintain their function. Wall coverings throughout the home consist not of paper or paint, but of a continuously changing gallery of magical illustrations, photographs, and pressed specimens. In some areas, the walls appear to be covered in a type of magical parchment that records and displays the thoughts of those nearby, not in words, but in subtle shifts of color and pattern that create an atmosphere reflecting the emotional state of the room's occupants. The fireplace that warms the main sitting room defies the expected circular shape that would match the tower walls. Instead, it forms a perfect square, the only right angles to be found in the entire dwelling, and contains flames that burn in colors that change according to the time of day. Morning brings pale gold flames that gradually shift through the spectrum, ending with deep violet in the late evening hours. These flames require no fuel in the traditional sense, but are sustained by a complex enchantment renewed by Xenophilius during each new moon. Illumination throughout the home comes from sources that challenge conventional magical lighting. Instead of the floating candles familiar to Hogwarts students, or the magical lamps common in wizarding households, the Lovegoods favor bioluminescent creatures housed in crystal spheres. These tiny beings, resembling fireflies, but with an ethereal, almost ghostly translucence, produce a gentle, pulsing light that seems to breathe with a life of its own. The spheres hang from ceilings or rest in wall sconces, creating pools of living light that respond to the movements of people nearby, brightening when someone approaches and dimming as they move away. Perhaps the most remarkable decorative elements are the magical instruments and devices that occupy surfaces throughout the home. Unlike the silver instruments that whirred and puffed in Dumbledore's office, the Lovegood's collection tends toward objects of brass and copper, many with exposed gears and mechanisms that move with deliberate hypnotic rhythm. Their purposes are not immediately obvious to the casual observer. One appears to measure the density of disbelief in the surrounding area. Another tracks the migration patterns of invisible creatures believed to inhabit the Devon countryside, while yet another seems designed to detect changes in magical resonance caused by emotional states. The kitchen space, located on the ground floor opposite the sitting room, continues the theme of functional artistry. Cauldrons of varying sizes hang not from conventional hooks, but from an elaborate mobile structure that allows them to be rotated into position as needed. The hearth for cooking incorporates stones collected from sites of magical significance throughout Britain, each contributing its own subtle influence to food prepared there. Storage vessels for ingredients defy conventional organization, arranged not by type or frequency of use, but according to a system of magical compatibility understood only by the residents. Textiles throughout the home display a similar independence from conventional wizarding taste, where magical families like the Malfoys might favor luxurious fabrics in subdued tones, and the Weasleys opt for practical comfort. The Lovegoods surround themselves with textiles of startling vibrancy and unexpected texture. Rugs appear to be woven from materials that include phoenix feathers, unicorn tail hair, and fibers from plants not native to Britain. Their patterns shift subtly when viewed from different angles, revealing hidden images or messages visible only from certain positions or at certain times of day. The most striking decorative feature throughout the house is the prevalence of symbols, painted, carved, woven, or assembled from various materials, that represent the deathly Hallows. This triangular eye motif appears in varying sizes and compositions, from tiny silver charms hanging in windows to a large mosaic embedded in the kitchen floor. For most of their lives, the Lovegoods understood this symbol differently than the wider wizarding world, interpreting it not as representing the Elder Wand, Resurrection Stone, and Invisibility Cloak, but as an ancient sigil representing the quest for hidden knowledge. Moving upward through the tower, the decorative themes become more personal and specific to individual family members. Wind catchers made of dirigible plum leaves hang from ceiling beams, their gentle movement creating patterns of shadow and light across manuscript pages, left open on reading stands. Glass cases display specimens of creatures most magizoologists would consider fictional, though the preservation method makes it difficult for visitors to determine whether these are actual specimens or artistic representations created to document Lovegood discoveries. Mirrors throughout the home are never simply reflective surfaces but magical instruments in their own right. Some show, not the current appearance of the viewer but their state of health, displaying auras of varying colors that indicate physical and magical well-being. Others reveal the presence of normally invisible entities believed by the Lovegoods to inhabit the air around us. Still others function as windows into distant locations connected to the family through significant events or emotional ties. Every surface, every object within the Lovegood home, tells a story of curiosity unbound by conventional wisdom, of a family willing to question not just what the wizarding world knows, but how it comes to know it. The interior decorations serve not merely aesthetic purposes, but functions related to the family's ongoing investigations into the nature of magic itself. As the day fades into evening, and the bioluminescent lights within the Lovegood home grow more prominent against the gathering darkness, a thoughtful observer might ponder, how might our understanding of ourselves and our place in the world transform if we surrounded ourselves not with objects selected for status or convention, but with items that genuinely reflect our deepest questions about the nature of existence. Chapter 5. Luna's Bedroom. Ascending the winding staircase of the Lovegood Tower, past the main living areas and Xenophilius's workspaces, one eventually arrives at a door unlike any other in the house. While other entrances in the dwelling are practical portals with perhaps a touch of whimsy in their hardware or framing, the entrance to Luna's bedroom announces itself as a gateway to a realm of pure imagination. The door itself appears to have been painted by Luna's own hand, a canvas depicting the ever-changing sky. Unlike the enchanted ceiling of Hogwarts' Great Hall, which reflects the actual weather above, this painted sky portrays celestial conditions from Luna's inner weather, stars and impossible constellations, clouds that form and reform into shapes suggesting magical creatures, and a moon that waxes and wanes, not according to astronomical reality, but in harmony with Luna's own emotional tides. The door handle, crafted from what appears to be silver, but is more likely magically treated pewter, takes the form of a hare, Luna's Patronus, its ears alert and eyes watching approaching visitors with painted awareness. Crossing this threshold reveals a space that serves as both refuge and canvas for one of the wizarding world's most unique minds. The bedroom occupies the entire floor of the tower, creating a perfectly circular space uninterrupted by interior walls or partitions. This openness allows for a continuous mural that runs the entire circumference of the room, a painted narrative that Luna has developed and expanded throughout her years at Hogwarts. The ceiling of Luna's bedroom perhaps best exemplifies her artistic spirit and emotional depth. Unlike the walls, which feature recognizable people and places, the ceiling depicts an abstract cosmic landscape, not stars and planets as they are, but as Luna perceives their emotional and magical essence. Swirls of midnight blue, violet and silver create vortices and nebulae that seem to move when viewed with peripheral vision. Hidden within these cosmic patterns are subtle representations of creatures from Luna's imagination: crumple-horned snorkaks with their distinctive profiles, nargles nestled in mistletoe-like clusters, and rackspurts rendered as translucent motes that appear to float above, rather than on the painted surface. The illumination for this celestial display comes not from conventional fixtures, but from what appear to be captured moonbeams, held in crystalline vessels suspended at varying heights from nearly invisible silver threads. These vessels, likely created using a rare branch of magic combining transfiguration and charms, contain light that ebbs and flows in gentle pulses, creating an atmosphere of perpetual twilight, that magical time between day and night, when boundaries between worlds seem most permeable. Below this cosmic canopy, the circular wall of the bedroom serves as Luna's most personal artistic expression. During Harry Potter's first visit to the Lovegood home, he was struck by the mural Luna had created depicting himself, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Neville, rendered not as static portraits, but as interconnected elements in a living ecosystem of friendship. Each figure was painted with the distinctive Lovegood combination of accuracy and interpretation, capturing not just physical likenesses, but something of each person's essential nature. What made this friendship mural particularly moving was not just the artistic skill displayed, but the golden chains Luna had painted connecting each figure to the others, with the word friends repeated in flowing script along these bonds. For a young woman who had experienced isolation and mockery from many of her peers, this artistic celebration of connection revealed the depth of value she placed on the acceptance and understanding she had found in Dumbledore's army and beyond. The furnishings within this circular gallery of personal meaning reflect Luna's practical creativity. Her bed, positioned not against a wall but in the precise center of the circular floor, resembles a nest more than a conventional sleeping place. The frame, crafted from what appears to be driftwood collected from the shores of the Black Lake at Hogwarts, spirals outward in an organic pattern that echoes the golden ratio found in natural growth. Upon this structure rests a mattress whose exact composition remains a mystery, though the exceptional comfort reported by those few who have been invited to sit upon it suggests materials beyond ordinary feathers or wool. The bedding itself changes with the seasons, not through household magic or elven assistance, but through Luna's own transfiguration work. In winter months, coverings resembling snow owl feathers provide warmth without weight. Spring brings bedding that incorporates actual growing moss, magically maintained to remain soft and never damp. Summer sees covers as light as spider silk in hues that reflect the longer daylight hours, while autumn bedding incorporates the warm colors and tactile comfort of fallen leaves preserved at the peak of their beauty. Storage for Luna's personal belongings follows no conventional pattern of wardrobes or chests. Instead, items are kept in transparent spheres that hover at different heights throughout the room, each containing objects grouped not by type, but by emotional or magical resonance. One sphere might hold her school robes alongside a feather found on the Hogwarts grounds, and a note received from a friend, the connection between these items meaningful only to Luna herself. These spheres rotate slowly, bringing different items into reach according to subtle cues from Luna's needs or moods. Her most treasured possession, the butterbeer cork necklace that serves as protection against nargles, has its own special place when not being worn. A small silver stand on a table, crafted from a single piece of driftwood, holds this talisman in a position of honor, often with fresh sprigs of directed herbs placed around it to enhance its protective qualities. The floor of the bedroom continues the theme of natural integration, appearing at first glance to be covered in an ordinary carpet. Closer inspection reveals this surface to be a magical moss that grows to a perfect uniform height, its soft texture pleasant against bare feet, while its natural properties absorb ambient magic, creating a grounding effect that promotes restful sleep. This living carpet shifts in color throughout the day, from deep green in morning hours to a silvery blue in evening, responding to the quality of light filtering through the windows. Windows in Luna's bedroom are not the random apertures visible from the tower's exterior, but carefully placed openings designed to capture specific celestial events. One window frames the position of the moon at its fullest each month. Another captures the precise point where the sun rises on the summer solstice. A third, smallest window creates a perfect star projection on the opposite wall during certain astronomical alignments, significant in magical theory. These windows contain glass of varying transparency and subtle coloration, transforming ordinary daylight into specifically calibrated illumination for different areas of the room. The magical properties of Luna's bedroom extend beyond the visible. The entire space appears to exist in a subtle acoustic bubble, where sounds from outside, whether the printing press of the Quibbler running on lower floors or the natural sounds of the Devon countryside, arrive as muted suggestions rather than distractions. Conversely, certain sounds within the room, particularly Luna's voice, when reciting incantations or humming melodies of her own composition, seem to resonate with unusually harmonic overtones, as if the circular shape of the room itself serves as an amplifier for specific magical frequencies. Perhaps most telling about Luna's character is the collection of items rescued from bullying incidents during her early years at Hogwarts. Rather than hiding or discarding the shoes, books, and personal effects that were taken and hidden by fellow students, Luna has transformed these objects into a mobile that hangs near one window. Each item has been altered with paint, added embellishments or magical adjustments to become something new and beautiful. Physical testament to Luna's ability to find value and possibility where others see only opportunities for cruelty, as moonlight filters through the specially designed windows of this remarkable bedroom, casting prismatic patterns across the friendship mural and illuminating the cosmic ceiling with secondary radiance. One might pause to consider what hidden parts of ourselves might flourish if we created spaces that honored not how others expect us to be, but who we truly are when all pretense falls away. Chapter 6. Xenophilius's Study. Directly below Luna's bedroom, occupying an equally spacious circular floor of the Lovegood Tower, lies Xenophilius's study, the intellectual heart of the household, and the birthplace of the Quibbler's most provocative theories. While Luna's space above might be characterized as artistic and emotionally resonant, her father's domain pulsates with the energy of restless inquiry and relentless documentation. Upon entering this sanctuary of unconventional scholarship, one is immediately struck by the organizational system, or apparent lack thereof, that governs the space. Unlike the methodical cataloging found in the Hogwarts Library or the Ministry's Records Department, Xenophilius's study operates according to principles of association and intuition rather than alphabetical or chronological order. Books, scrolls, specimens, and artifacts occupy every available surface in arrangements that would appear chaotic to outside observers, but follow pathways of meaning clear to their curator. The walls of the study, like those in Luna's bedroom, serve as a canvas, though Xenophilius's artistic expression takes the form of an enormous mind map rather than a narrative mural. Lines of varying thickness and color connect written notes, sketched observations, pressed plant specimens, and magical photographs in a sprawling web of interconnected ideas. At the map's center, rendered in silver ink that seems to shimmer with its own inner light, is the symbol of the deathly Hallows, the triangle, circle, and line that would eventually lead Harry Potter to understand the connection between the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Invisibility Cloak. Radiating outward from this central symbol are constellations of related concepts, some concerning recognized magical phenomena documented in standard wizarding texts, others exploring theoretical connections that even the most open-minded researchers at the Department of Mysteries might consider speculative. The beauty of this intellectual tapestry lies not in its aesthetic arrangement, but in its ambition, the visual representation of one mind's attempt to perceive patterns in magical phenomena that others have dismissed as unrelated or imaginary. Illumination within the study comes primarily from enchanted globes that hover at varying heights, their brightness adjusting automatically to provide optimal lighting for whatever task Xenophilius undertakes. These magical light sources emit not just illumination, but subtle magical frequencies believed by their owner to stimulate cognitive function and intuitive leaps. A theory that, while not endorsed by St. Bungo's healers, reflects the Lovegood approach to integrating magic into every aspect of daily life. The furniture in this remarkable space serves functions beyond the ordinary. What appears at first glance to be a conventional desk reveals itself as a complex magical instrument, its surface capable of displaying different layers of information depending on the viewing angle. From one position, it shows a map of reported sightings of magical creatures not recognized by the Ministry. From another, it displays a calendar tracking astronomical events and their correlation with magical phenomena. The chair before this desk hovers slightly above the floor, rotating in response to shifts in its occupant's attention, ensuring that Xenophilius can transition smoothly between different projects without physically relocating. Bookshelves line portions of the circular wall, though to call them merely shelves would be an understatement. These structures function as interactive magical archives, with volumes that reorganize themselves according to the research being conducted. When Xenophilius investigates a particular subject, relevant texts migrate to accessible positions, while less pertinent volumes temporarily shrink to make space. This system, presumably of his own design, represents a practical application of concepts explored in the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts, though on a more limited scale. Perhaps the most impressive feature of the study is the printing press used to produce the Quibbler. Unlike the massive mechanical apparatus employed by the Daily Prophet, the Lovegood press combines magical and mechanical elements in an elegant hybrid that occupies relatively little physical space, while producing publications of surprising complexity. The core of this device appears to be a modified Gemino charm that duplicates a master copy, with additional enchantments that allow for variations in color, moving images, and special features like Spectre Specs inserts or scent-enhanced pages. The press itself seems almost alive, with components that adjust their position without apparent direction, responding to ambient magical energy in the room. When inactive, It folds into a surprisingly compact arrangement that resembles an abstract metal sculpture. When producing an edition of the Quibbler, it unfurls like a mechanical flower, different sections extending outward to perform specialized functions in the printing process. The result is a manufacturing system that reflects its owner's belief that tools should adapt to their users rather than the reverse. Surrounding the press are storage areas for various unusual substances used in the production of the Quibbler. Inks of colors not found in nature shimmer in crystal vials, their properties extending beyond mere pigmentation to include effects like revealing hidden messages under certain conditions or changing color based on the reader's emotional state. Specially treated paper stacked in neat piles appears ordinary until touched, at which point it seems to become more receptive to magical printing methods, absorbing enchantments that would slide off conventional surfaces. Filing systems throughout the study contain not just past editions of the Quibbler, but correspondence from readers, field notes from expeditions in search of elusive magical creatures, and drafts of articles in various stages of development. Unlike the rigid categorization one might find in more conventional wizarding publications, these archives follow a system of cross-referencing that allows individual items to exist conceptually in multiple categories, simultaneously, a physical manifestation of Xenophilius's belief that knowledge is interconnected rather than compartmentalized. Glass cases positioned strategically throughout the room display what Xenophilius considers evidence of his most significant theories, from twisted horns, purported to come from crumple-horned snorkax, to crystalline structures alleged to be solidified remnants of Raxpert infestations. Whether these specimens are genuine discoveries or misidentified conventional magical artifacts remains a subject of debate within the wider wizarding community. But their prominent display demonstrates Xenophilius's commitment to providing physical evidence for his unconventional beliefs. One entire section of the study is dedicated to research on the deathly Hallows, a passion that would eventually prove dangerous when Voldemort's followers learned of Xenophilius's expertise on the subject. Here, ancient texts in languages long forgotten by most wizards are carefully preserved alongside more recent academic works dismissed by mainstream magical historians. Star charts mapping the position of celestial bodies at the time the Quibbler brothers supposedly encountered death occupy wall space beside genealogical trees, tracing bloodlines believed to have inherited or possessed the Hallows through history. The air within the study carries a distinctive fragrance, a blend of ink, aging parchment and herbs hung in bundles from the ceiling beams. These herbs, selected for their purported ability to enhance mental clarity and protect against magical interference, include familiar potion ingredients alongside plants known only to readers of the Quibbler. Together, they create an olfactory environment as distinctive as the intellectual one, a sensory reminder that this space operates according to its own internal logic. Sound within the study follows similarly unique patterns. Enchantments woven into the tower's construction create acoustic properties that amplify certain frequencies while dampening others. The scratch of a quill against parchment resonates with unusual clarity, while distracting external sounds fade to near imperceptibility. This selective acoustic enhancement reflects Xenophilius's belief that different types of sound affect magical thinking in specific ways, a theory he has explored in multiple Quibbler articles over the years. Perhaps most telling about the nature of this remarkable space is the collection of instruments designed to detect phenomena invisible to ordinary perception. Devices of silver and copper rotate continuously, monitoring the air for traces of magical energy not recognized by conventional detection spells. Crystal pendulums suspended from the ceiling respond to fluctuations in magical fields too subtle for standard measuring equipment. Glass tubes containing liquids of varying viscosity bubble and flow in patterns that, according to their owner, reveal the presence of interdimensional portals too small for physical passage, but potentially significant for magical research. As evening shadows lengthen across the crowded surfaces of this extraordinary study, with its printing press gently humming in standby mode, and its magical instruments continuing their eternal vigilance against the undetected and unexplained. A thoughtful observer might wonder, what revolutionary discoveries might emerge if the wizarding world embraced rather than marginalized those whose perception of magic extends beyond the boundaries of established knowledge. Chapter 7. Magical Protection Systems. While the architectural oddities and interior decorations of the Lovegood home reflect the family's philosophical approach to life and magic, the dwelling's protective enchantments reveal a more pragmatic dimension of Xenophilius's character, the fierce determination to safeguard his daughter and their unconventional lifestyle from external threats. Unlike the ancient wards of Hogwarts or the Fidelius charm that concealed Grimmauld Place, the Lovegood home's defenses blend conventional magical protection with uniquely Lovegood innovations and theories. The most visible protective element, and ultimately the most dangerous during the trio's fateful visit, was the mounted horn displayed prominently in the living area. Though Xenophilius proudly identified it as the horn of a crumple-horned snorkack, Hermione Granger correctly recognized it as an erumpent horn, an explosive substance classified as a Class B tradable material by the Ministry of Magic. Whether Xenophilius truly believed in his misidentification or simply preferred his explanation to the reality remains unclear, but the presence of this volatile item represented both protection and peril. In theory, any magical assailant recognizing the horn would hesitate to cast potentially triggering spells near such an unstable substance, a deterrent based on mutually assured destruction rather than direct defensive capability. Beyond this questionable safeguard, the Lovegood property incorporates more conventional protective magic modified according to Xenophilius's unique theories. The perimeter of the property features what magical security specialists would call a recognition barrier, a magical field that alerts residents to the presence of visitors. However, unlike standard implementations of this magic that trigger, regardless of who crosses the boundary, the Lovegood version appears calibrated to respond differently based on the visitor's psychological state. Those approaching with benign or curious intentions might notice only a subtle tingling sensation as they cross onto Lovegood land, a gentle acknowledgement of their presence that does not trigger active defensive measures. Visitors harboring malicious intent, however, would experience a more pronounced reaction from this boundary, potentially including temporary disorientation or confusion about the exact location of the house itself. This calibration reflects Xenophilius's belief, expressed in several Quibbler articles, that magical intentions create measurable energy patterns that can be detected and responded to, independently of the specific spells being prepared. The structure of the house itself incorporates defensive qualities through its very materials. The stones used in the tower's construction come not just from the surrounding Devon landscape, but from sites of historical magical significance throughout Britain. According to theories published in the Quibbler, stones that have witnessed significant magical events retain a resonance that can be activated when properly arranged. This principle, dismissed by conventional magical architects as lacking empirical evidence, nevertheless guided Xenophilius's selection and placement of building materials, creating what he believed to be a physical barrier, strengthened by historical magical imprints. Windows throughout the tower feature glass, treated with protective potions during the manufacturing process. These treatments render the glass resistant to common magical attacks, while also filtering incoming light to block certain magical frequencies believed by Xenophilius to carry harmful influences. The resulting slight blue tint to the windows serves as a visual reminder of this protection, while creating the distinctive quality of light that characterizes the home's interior. Doorways and other points of access incorporate threshold enchantments that operate on principles similar to the perimeter barrier, but with greater specificity. These enchantments recognize not just the general intention of visitors, but their magical signature, allowing familiar individuals to pass freely while creating subtle obstacles for unknown entities. Rather than outright blocking unauthorized entry, which would require more aggressive magic than the Lovegoods typically employ, These threshold spells create a sense of discomfort or unease in unwelcome visitors, encouraging them to depart voluntarily. The protective systems extend beyond physical security to encompass areas the Lovegoods consider equally important. Enchantments woven into the tower's structure shield against magical surveillance, making conversations within the home difficult to monitor through conventional eavesdropping spells. This protection reflects Xenophilius's journalistic commitment to maintaining source confidentiality for those who provide information to the Quibbler, particularly regarding topics the ministry might prefer remained unexplored. Similarly, the home incorporates measures to prevent magical signature detection, important for a family whose experimental approach to magic occasionally ventures into areas not formally approved by the Department of Magical Innovation. These measures include disruption fields that scatter the magical traces typically left by spellcasting, preventing outside observers from determining exactly what magic has been performed within the dwelling. Such protection proved particularly valuable during the years when the ministry, under Fudge's leadership, sought to monitor and control magical education and practice more stringently. Perhaps the most unusual aspect of the Lovegood home's protection system is what Xenophilius refers to as belief-based warding, a theoretical branch of magical defense developed through his own research and detailed in several special editions of the Quibbler. According to this theory, the collective belief of a household's inhabitants can generate protective magic independent of specific spells or enchantments, creating a field that repels threats in proportion to the strength and unity of belief among the residents. Critics of this approach, including ministry security experts, dismiss it as unquantifiable and unreliable compared to established warding techniques. Yet inhabitants and regular visitors to the Lovegood home often report a distinct sensation of entering a space that responds to their thoughts and intentions, suggesting some form of consciousness in the structure itself. Whether this represents genuine belief-based warding or simply the psychological impact of entering such an unconventional space remains a subject of debate among magical researchers interested in the boundaries between established magic and theorized possibilities. The garden surrounding the tower incorporates botanical protection through plants selected not just for their beauty or utility, but for their defensive properties. Dirigible plums, beyond their purported ability to enhance perception, release subtle aromatic compounds that confuse magical tracking methods. The silver-leaved plants whose chimes provide ambient music also serve as early warning systems, their sounds changing subtly when unfriendly magic is detected nearby. Even the seemingly random arrangement of the garden follows patterns believed to disrupt certain types of cursed approaches, requiring visitors to follow specific paths that neutralize harmful intentions before reaching the house itself. During periods of heightened danger, such as the Second Wizarding War, Xenophilius supplemented these permanent protections with temporary measures adapted from various magical traditions. Charms derived from ancient Egyptian warding spells, modified according to his own theories, and published as a reader service in the Quibbler, reinforced the property's boundaries against dark magic. Talismans crafted from materials mentioned in obscure magical texts hung at key points throughout the property, their effectiveness perhaps less important than the comfort their presence provided to a father determined to protect his daughter during increasingly dangerous times. The tragic irony of the Lovegood home's protective systems became apparent when Death Eaters captured Luna from the Hogwarts Express during her 6th year. All the physical protections surrounding the family home proved irrelevant when the most precious person inside was taken elsewhere. This vulnerability, the inability of even the most creative magical defenses to protect against separation, ultimately led Xenophilius to compromise his principles by attempting to surrender Harry Potter to the Death Eaters in exchange for his daughter's safety. In the aftermath of that confrontation, when the irrumpent horn exploded and damaged portions of the tower, the reconstruction reflected a shift in protective philosophy. While maintaining many of the original defensive elements, Xenophilius incorporated new protective measures, focused less on physical security and more on facilitating escape and communication during emergencies. Hidden exits, emergency port keys calibrated to specific family magical signatures, and enhanced methods for sending secure messages became priorities in the redesigned home. The protective systems of the Lovegood home, like every other aspect of their dwelling, reveal the family's unique approach to navigating the wizarding world, balancing genuine innovation with theories others might dismiss, practical necessity with philosophical ideals. Their defenses demonstrate that even in matters of security, the Lovegoods followed their own path, creating protection that reflected not just what they feared but what they valued. As night falls over the reconstructed tower, with its blend of original and redesigned protective enchantments, standing guard against a world that has not always been kind to those who think differently, a thoughtful observer might wonder, what deeper forms of security might we discover if we defined protection not just as the absence of danger, but as the creation of spaces where differences are not merely tolerated, but celebrated as essential to the full expression of magical possibility. Chapter 8. The Quibbler Headquarters. Between Xenophilius's personal study and the main living areas of the Lovegood home lies a space dedicated entirely to the production of the Quibbler, a publication that stands as the physical manifestation of the Lovegood approach to magic, society, and truth itself. Unlike the grand offices of the Daily Prophet in London, with its bustling newsroom and hierarchy of editors, reporters, and administrative staff, the Quibbler operates from a single circular room that somehow manages to contain every element necessary for producing a nationally distributed magical periodical. The floor dedicated to the Quibbler headquarters occupies a strategic position within the tower's vertical arrangement, placed between the intellectual sanctuary of Xenophilius's study and the domestic spaces below. This positioning reflects the publication's role as a bridge between abstract theory and practical application, between private exploration and public discourse. While ideas might germinate in the study above, they take tangible form in this remarkable workspace, transformed from personal conjecture to printed matter ready for distribution throughout Wizarding Britain. At the center of the room stands an editor's desk, unlike any found in conventional publishing houses. Circular, like the room itself, this desk allows Xenophilius to swivel in a complete revolution, accessing different workstations without ever leaving his seat. The surface of this desk changes configuration according to the stage of production, expanding to accommodate layout designs, contracting to focus on precise editorial work, and occasionally splitting into multiple levels to permit simultaneous attention to different aspects of the publication process. The wooden surface of this remarkable piece of furniture bears the marks of decades of creative work, ink stains in colors not found in nature, slight burns from experimental printing techniques, and polished areas worn smooth by the constant movement of manuscripts and magical editing tools. Embedded in the desk's surface are what appear to be ordinary objects that serve specialized functions in the production process. A silver letter opener that detects factual inconsistencies when passed over text, a crystalline paperweight that preserves ideas in danger of being forgotten, and a brass compass that points not to magnetic north, but to subjects Xenophilius's readers find most interesting at any given moment. Surrounding this central workspace are the specialized areas that transform the Quibbler from concept to finished publication. The most prominent of these is the magical printing press mentioned in our exploration of Xenophilius's study, a hybrid of mechanical and magical engineering that occupies a dedicated alcove along the room's curved wall. When fully operational, this press becomes a symphony of motion and magic, with components adjusting their positions in response to the specific demands of each edition. Adjacent to the press stands a formulation station, where special inks are prepared according to recipes developed by Xenophilius himself. Unlike the standard magical inks used by most wizarding publications, which merely accommodate moving images and occasionally change color for emphasis, the Quibbler's proprietary formulations include varieties that reveal hidden content when viewed through specter specs, inks that adjust their messaging based on the reader's level of skepticism, and occasionally, editions featuring scent-embedded ink that releases aromas relevant to the articles, from the musty odor of ancient tombs and archaeological features to the distinctive smell of crumple-horned snorkack habitat in cryptozoological reports. The walls of this workspace serve as both gallery and archive, displaying framed covers of particularly significant issues alongside reader correspondence that Xenophilius finds especially meaningful. Unlike more conventional publications that might showcase awards or recognitions, the Quibbler headquarters celebrates the connection between publisher and audience, letters describing personal experiences that validate Lovegood theories, photographs submitted by readers claiming to show creatures not recognized by mainstream magizoology, and occasionally, notes of gratitude from those who found comfort or direction in the publication's unconventional perspective. Filing systems throughout the room contain not just past editions and subscriber information, but categorized evidence supporting ongoing investigations into the mysteries that form the Quibbler's editorial focus. These archives follow an organizational system as unique as the publication itself, arranged not chronologically or alphabetically, but according to conceptual connections visible only to those familiar with Xenophilius's theoretical framework. One cabinet might contain materials related to ministerial conspiracies alongside documentation of unusual astronomical phenomena, the connection being a theory about celestial influences on political decision-making, rather than any conventional categorical relationship. The subscription management area represents perhaps the most surprisingly conventional aspect of the Quibbler's operation. Here, a relatively standard magical registry records the names and addresses of subscribers, though even this mundane function incorporates uniquely Lovegood elements. The quill that updates this registry automatically adjusts the ink color based on the subscriber's geographical location, creating a visual reference system that allows Xenophilius to identify regional patterns in readership at a glance. Adjacent to this registry, a map of Wizarding Britain displays tiny illuminated points representing subscriber locations, with varying intensities indicating subscription longevity, brighter points marking the publication's most faithful readers. Distribution planning occurs at a dedicated station, where a magical model of Britain, similar to, but less elaborate than those used by the improper use of magic office at the ministry, tracks the movements of the owls responsible for delivering each edition. Unlike larger publications that rely on industrial-scale owl posts, the Quibbler employs a more personal approach, with each delivery route carefully planned to accommodate the specific characteristics of the birds involved, some preferring coastal routes regardless of efficiency, others needing rest stops at precise intervals. This attention to the individual needs of the delivery owls reflects the publication's overall philosophy that efficacy should not come at the expense of natural preferences and patterns. The financial operations of the Quibbler, modest compared to commercial wizarding publications, are managed at a small accounting desk tucked into one curve of the wall. Here, subscription revenues are balanced against production costs, with detailed notations in Xenophilius's distinctive handwriting, indicating special expenditures for investigative travel, rare materials for experimental printing techniques, or compensation for the occasional contributor besides himself. Though never a highly profitable enterprise, these records reveal a publication that consistently maintained just enough financial stability to continue its mission, a testament to Xenophilius's skill in managing resources when motivated by passion rather than profit. Perhaps the most unique feature of the Quibbler headquarters is the research verification area, a space dedicated to testing the theories presented in the publication through practical experimentation. Here, instruments of both conventional and Lovegood design monitor phenomena relevant to current investigative priorities. During the period of ministry denial regarding Voldemort's return, this area contained equipment measuring magical energy patterns consistent with dark magic across Britain. During more peaceful times, the same space might host apparatuses designed to detect the distinctive resonance of creatures like Raxperts or Nargles, providing what Xenophilius considered empirical support for their existence. The photographic development station occupies a specially darkened section of the room, where magical photographs taken by Xenophilius, or submitted by readers, are processed for inclusion in upcoming editions. Unlike the instantaneous development common in casual wizarding photography, the Quibbler's process involves additional steps, designed to reveal details invisible to standard magical development. These enhancements occasionally result in images that appear distorted or unclear to casual observers but, according to accompanying captions, contain evidence of phenomena not visible through conventional perception, the shadowy outline of a thestral visible even to those who haven't witnessed death, or the distinctive blur of a rackspurt infestation around an unsuspecting subject's head. Communication with contributors, though limited in number compared to larger publications, occurs through a specialized magical post station, where self-sorting pigeonholes organize incoming correspondence, according to urgency and relevance to current editorial focuses. This system allows the essentially one-person operation to maintain the appearance of a larger editorial infrastructure, with designated areas for different types of submission and correspondence that would typically require a staff of assistant editors in conventional publications. The legal review area, a necessity even for a publication as unconventional as the Quibbler, consists of a small reference library containing volumes on wizarding publisher responsibilities and libel laws, alongside enchanted quills designed to flag potentially problematic phrasing. That these resources show signs of regular consultation reveals Xenophilius's understanding that pushing the boundaries of accepted truth requires careful navigation of legal constraints, a pragmatic concession from a man otherwise dedicated to unfettered exploration of possibilities. Throughout the Quibbler headquarters, magical sensors monitor ambient conditions believed by Xenophilius to affect the quality of journalistic insight, devices measuring lunar influences, the density of magical energy, and even the presence of the very creatures whose existence the publication champions. These instruments, many of Lovegood design, serve both practical and symbolic functions, reinforcing the publication's commitment to detecting what others miss, while providing environmental data believed to optimize the creative and investigative process. As darkness falls outside the tower windows and the Quibbler headquarters transitions from active production space to quietly humming repository of unconventional wisdom, the magical lights adjust to a gentle glow that illuminates the framed motto displayed prominently above the printing press. The truth is rarely pure and never simple, a Wildian observation embraced as journalistic principle. In this soft light, with the day's work completed and tomorrow's investigations yet to begin, a contemplative observer might wonder, what vital perspectives might we gain if our media landscape included more voices willing to question the boundaries of established truth, and what courage might it require to publish conviction when consensus stands opposed? Chapter 9. Significance during the Second Wizarding War. As the shadow of Lord Voldemort's return stretched across Wizarding Britain during the Second Wizarding War, the unusual silhouette of the Lovegood Tower took on significance far beyond its architectural curiosity. What had been merely an eccentric dwelling became a symbolic and strategic location in the wider conflict, a rare voice of truth in a landscape of propaganda, a potential refuge for resistors, and ultimately, a site of personal tragedy and moral compromise. The Lovegood home's transformation from oddity to significant wartime location began gradually, with Xenophilius's editorial decisions at the Quibbler. While the Daily Prophet capitulated to ministry pressure during the period of official denial following Voldemort's return, Xenophilius demonstrated remarkable courage by publishing Harry Potter's account of events in the graveyard at Little Hangleton. This decision to print the truth when mainstream publications circulated only approved narratives represented a significant act of resistance, not from a recognized political figure or established opposition group, but from a publisher previously known primarily for articles about imaginary creatures and conspiracy theories. The success of that pivotal edition of the Quibbler, which sold out completely, necessitating multiple reprints, established the Lovegood home as an unlikely node in the network of resistance. Suddenly, the tower in Devon represented something beyond eccentricity. It became a physical embodiment of willingness to question official narratives and to provide platforms for voices the powerful sought to silence. Letters from readers expressing gratitude for the Quibbler's courage arrived daily, many containing personal accounts of experiences that aligned with Harry's warnings, but had found no other outlet for expression. Luna's involvement with Dumbledore's army further connected the Lovegood household to the growing resistance movement. During school holidays, she would return to the tower, carrying not just academic knowledge, but practical defense skills and first-hand accounts of the student resistance at Hogwarts. The circular bedroom, with its friendship mural, became a space where strategies discussed in the Room of Requirement found their way into handwritten letters and coded messages distributed through the Quibbler's subscription network. As the Ministry fell and Voldemort's influence expanded, the Lovegood Tower stood as one of the increasingly rare locations in Wizarding Britain not directly under Death Eater control. The very qualities that had made the Lovegood social outsiders, their geographical isolation, their reputation for unusual beliefs that led many to discount their significance, and their independent means of communication through the Quibbler, became strategic advantages in a time when conventional power centers had been compromised. The protective enchantments surrounding the property, once implemented primarily to guard against more abstract threats, were strengthened and expanded as the danger became more concrete. Xenophilius, drawing on research published in the Quibbler over the years, incorporated defensive measures from magical traditions typically overlooked by conventional security experts. Ancient boundary-marking spells derived from Celtic magical practices were layered over disillusionment, charms of unusual complexity. Warning systems utilizing the principles behind the caterwauling charm, but modified to distinguish between friend and foe, were installed throughout the property. The tower's interior spaces were similarly adapted to wartime conditions without sacrificing their essential character. Food storage areas were expanded, using preservation charms to increase self-sufficiency during a period when regular market trips became increasingly dangerous. The already considerable library was augmented with texts on healing magic, counter curses, and defensive spellwork, practical knowledge that complemented the theoretical works that had previously dominated the collection. The Quibbler itself evolved from a fringe publication to a vital source of uncensored information. Using printing techniques developed for creating moving images and specialized inks, Xenophilius incorporated coded content accessible only to those who knew the proper revealing methods, often distributed through Luna's Dumbledore's army connections. Articles ostensibly about crumple-horned snorkax might contain embedded information about Death Eater movements or safe houses for Muggleborns fleeing persecution. The significance of these activities did not go unnoticed by Voldemort's regime. Surveillance of the Lovegood property increased, though the tower's unusual protective enchantments and the family's long-established reputation for oddity made it difficult for observers to distinguish genuine resistance activities from typical Lovegood eccentricity. Was the unusual pattern of lights in the tower windows a signal to Allied forces, or simply another of Xenophilius's experiments? Did the seemingly random printing schedule of the Quibbler conceal a coded communication system, or merely reflect its editor's unconventional working habits? This ambiguity provided a measure of protection until Luna's direct involvement with Harry Potter and the incident at the Department of Mysteries made the connection impossible to ignore. Luna's subsequent identification as a close ally of the Chosen One transformed the family's position from peripheral curiosities to targets of specific interest to the Death Eaters. The abduction of Luna from the Hogwarts Express marked the most devastating blow to the Lovegood resistance, not through direct attack on their property, but by exploiting the one vulnerability no protective enchantment could address: the profound love between father and daughter. With Luna held hostage, Xenophilius faced the most agonizing choice of the war, between his journalistic integrity and personal courage on one hand, and his daughter's safety on the other. The tower that had stood for independent thought and resistance became a trap baited with a father's desperation. When Harry, Ron, and Hermione visited during their Horcrux hunt, seeking information about the symbol of the Deathly Hallows, they encountered not the ally who had once bravely published Harry's account of Voldemort's return, but a man broken by fear for his child. willing to betray the very cause he had championed if it meant Luna's safety. This tragic transformation of the Lovegood home from resistance stronghold to potential betrayal site represents one of the war's most poignant illustrations of how the conflict corrupted even the most idealistic spaces and intentions. The tower's physical damage during the trio's escape, with the misidentified Ambient horn exploding and destroying portions of the structure, served as a visual manifestation of the moral damage inflicted by forcing impossible choices on civilians caught in the conflict. In the aftermath of this confrontation, with parts of the tower in ruins and Xenophilius presumably taken into custody for questioning, the Lovegood home stood as a hollow shell of its former vibrant eccentricity. The printing press that had produced truth when the prophet printed only propaganda fell silent. The protective enchantments that had sheltered independent thought were breached. The spaces that had celebrated the value of questioning established wisdom were violated by those who demanded absolute conformity. Yet even in this darkened state, the Lovegood Tower retained symbolic significance for those fighting against Voldemort's regime. Reports of its partial destruction circulated through the resistance network as evidence of both the regime's brutality and the continuing danger faced by those who dared to speak truth. Potterwatch, the clandestine radio broadcast supporting the resistance, mentioned the attack on the tower as part of its documentation of Death Eater atrocities against civilian targets. For Harry, Ron, and Hermione, their brief time in the Lovegood home provided crucial information despite the circumstances of their visit. The introduction to the concept of the Deathly Hallows, facilitated by Xenophilius's expertise on the subject despite his ulterior motives, would ultimately prove essential to Harry's final confrontation with Voldemort. Even in its compromised state, the tower fulfilled its function as a repository of knowledge found nowhere else in Wizarding Britain. When the war finally ended with Voldemort's defeat at the Battle of Hogwarts, the Lovegood Tower stood as one of many damaged homes requiring reconstruction, both physically and spiritually. The reunion of Luna with her father represented not just a family made whole again, but the possibility of rebuilding the tower as it was meant to be, a space where unconventional ideas could flourish without fear of persecution, where the Quibbler could once again challenge received wisdom without its editor, fearing for his daughter's safety. The reconstruction process itself became symbolic, with materials salvaged from the original structure incorporated into the new building. Continuity amidst change, just as the wizarding world itself sought to preserve what was valuable from its traditions, while rejecting the prejudices that had facilitated Voldemort's rise. The tower that rose again over the Devon landscape stood as testament to the resilience not just of stone and mortar, but of the human capacity for maintaining individuality, even in the face of pressure to conform. As evening falls over the rebuilt Lovegood home, with lights glowing from windows positioned according to astronomical significance rather than architectural convention, one might reflect on a question raised by this dwelling's wartime experience. In a world where speaking truth may demand terrible courage and maintaining one's principles can come at devastating personal cost, how do we honor both our convictions and our love for those who might suffer for them? Chapter 10. Destruction and Rebuilding. In the quiet aftermath of the explosive confrontation that marked Harry, Ron, and Hermione's visit to the Lovegood Tower, the building stood partially ruined against the Devon sky, a physical manifestation of how war damages not just bodies and institutions but homes and the sanctuaries they represent. The Ambient horn, mistakenly treasured as evidence of Crumplehorn's Snorkack existence, had fulfilled Hermione's warning by detonating with tremendous force when struck by a stunning spell during the chaos of attempted capture and desperate escape. The explosion tore through the central portion of the tower, collapsing floors and walls in a catastrophic chain reaction that transformed the once whimsical structure into a precarious shell. The printing press that had produced editions of the Quibbler brave enough to support Harry Potter when mainstream publications labeled him disturbed or attention-seeking lay crushed beneath fallen masonry. The circular room where Luna had painted her friends in a golden chain of connection was open to the elements, rain falling directly onto the artwork that had sustained her during lonely periods at school. Xenophilius, After the Death Eaters realized Harry Potter had escaped and their prey had slipped through their fingers once again, was presumably taken for questioning, punishment for both his failure to deliver Harry and his previous editorial support for the boy who lived. Whether he was held at the Ministry, now under Voldemort's control, or in Azkaban itself, remains unrecorded in the histories of the war. What is certain is that the Lovegood Tower stood empty and broken for months, a silent testimony to the cost of resistance. The physical damage to the structure reflected the pattern of the Erumpent Horn's explosion, with the greatest destruction at the point of detonation. Ironically, the very room where Xenophilius had proudly displayed the dangerous object, as evidence of creatures mainstream wizarding society refused to acknowledge. From this epicenter, the damage radiated outward and upward, with walls partially collapsed, floors tilted at precarious angles, and the staircase that wound through the tower's core broken into disconnected segments. The roof, with its careful crenellations designed to mirror a chess rook, had partially caved inward, destroying the astronomical instruments positioned there to track celestial movements. Windows that had been specially positioned to capture specific qualities of light at particular times of year were shattered, their enchanted glass, designed to filter harmful magical frequencies, reduced to glittering shards scattered across the surrounding garden. The magical protections that had surrounded the property, already compromised by the Death Eater's intrusion, deteriorated further without Xenophilius present to maintain them. Boundary charms designed to alert residents to approaching visitors flickered and failed. Weather-repelling enchantments that had kept the interior dry, despite Devon's frequent rains, weakened, allowing the elements to cause secondary damage to books, furnishings, and the precious personal items that transform a structure from mere building to home. In the garden, without regular magical maintenance, the dirigible plums began to lose their characteristic buoyancy, sinking closer to the ground with each passing week. Plants that required specific charms to thrive in the British climate withered or grew wild beyond their intended boundaries. The stone wall that encircled the property, embedded with objects believed to have protective properties, remained intact, but lost the subtle magical glow that had previously been visible to those sensitive to such energies. Perhaps most poignant was the fate of Luna's mural, exposed to rain and wind through the collapsed ceiling of her bedroom. The painted faces of her friends, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Neville, began to blur and fade, the golden chains connecting them growing dimmer with each storm that passed over the unprotected tower. This deterioration of Luna's artistic celebration of friendship provided a particularly moving symbol of the war's cost, connections treasured by a girl who had known isolation damaged by forces beyond her control. The village of Ottery St. Catchpole, both its wizarding and Muggle inhabitants, regarded the damaged tower with a mixture of emotions. For Muggles, protected from full understanding by the remaining traces of concealment enchantments, the structure appeared as a partially collapsed historical ruin that had finally succumbed to age and weather, perhaps a shame for heritage preservation, but nothing requiring particular attention in wartime Britain. For wizarding neighbors like the Weasleys and Diggories, the site represented something far more specific, a warning of what happened to those who openly opposed the new regime. During the final months of the war, with Luna held prisoner first at Malfoy Manor, and later moved to Shell Cottage after Dobby's rescue mission, the damaged tower stood as both memorial and promise, a reminder of principles that had been defended at terrible cost, and a space awaiting restoration once those principles triumphed. For those in the Resistance who knew the Lovegoods, the sight of the broken tower reinforced their determination that such destruction would not be the final chapter in the story of independent thought in wizarding Britain. When Voldemort finally fell at the Battle of Hogwarts and the long process of rebuilding the wizarding world began, the Lovegood Tower represented just one of countless homes and buildings requiring restoration, yet its reconstruction held symbolic significance beyond mere physical repair. It represented the renewal of a space dedicated to questioning received wisdom and exploring possibilities beyond conventional understanding, values that had been specifically targeted during the Death Eater's reign. The rebuilding process began with the reunion of Luna and Xenophilius, a father and daughter separated by the cruelest calculations of war, finding their way back to each other in a world suddenly, improbably free of Voldemort's shadow. Their first visit to the damaged tower together was marked by Luna's characteristic perspective. Rather than focusing on what had been lost, she noted how the collapsed sections of wall had created interesting new patterns of light across the remaining floor sections, and how a family of garden gnomes had established an elaborate home in the rubble of what had been the Quibbler's printing room. The actual reconstruction involved both magical and manual methods, with the Lovegoods characteristically choosing techniques overlooked by mainstream magical contractors, rather than simply vanishing the damaged materials and conjuring replacements. The approach favored by efficiency-minded rebuilding committees. Xenophilius and Luna carefully salvaged usable elements from the ruins, believing these components carried memories and magical impressions worth preserving. Stones that had formed part of the original tower were carefully cleaned and assessed for structural integrity before being incorporated into the rebuilt walls. Where magical residue from the explosion made original materials unusable, the Lovegoods selected replacements with specific properties: stones from locations with historical magical significance, wood from trees known to harbor botruckle communities, suggesting inherent magical qualities, and metallurgical elements forged using techniques detailed in ancient texts rather than contemporary wandwork. The reconstructed tower, while resembling its predecessor in general silhouette, incorporated subtle changes reflecting lessons learned during the war. Windows were positioned to maximize visibility of approaching visitors without sacrificing the original design's attention to astronomical significance. The walls were constructed with integrated defensive enchantments developed by Bill Weasley, whose expertise in curse-breaking had evolved to include innovative protective magic during his time safeguarding Shell Cottage. Interior spaces were reorganized with both practical and symbolic considerations. The printing press for the Quibbler, previously located near ground level for easier distribution logistics, was relocated to a higher floor with multiple emergency exit options, including a concealed passage leading to an observation point with direct apparition access. This adjustment reflected the hard-earned understanding that publishing truth might again require quick evacuation, even in a post-Voldemort world, where such freedom was theoretically protected. Luna's bedroom was reconstructed with particular care, with magical conservation experts consulting on methods to preserve what remained of her friendship mural. The partially damaged artwork was not merely repaired, but integrated into an expanded composition that included new friends made during the war and at the Battle of Hogwarts. The golden chains connecting these figures were rendered in actual gold leaf imbued with protective charms, a beautiful decoration that doubled as a genuine safeguard against malevolent magic. The kitchen and living spaces were rebuilt with an emphasis on gathering and community, reflecting the Lovegoods' wartime revelation that their greatest protection came not from isolation, but from connection with allies who valued their unique perspective. The circular table at the center of the main live injuria was crafted from wood, salvaged from multiple damaged homes of Order of the Phoenix members and Dumbledore's army participants, a physical embodiment of the understanding that resistance required collective rather than merely individual effort. Perhaps most significant in the rebuilt tower was the creation of a memorial space, not a somber monument like those erected in wizarding communities across Britain, but a living gallery of magical objects, artwork, and natural specimens that celebrated the power of perception to reveal hidden truths. This room included contributions from fellow DA members, Order allies, and regular Quibbler readers who had found courage in the publication's willingness to print Harry's account when official channels spread only ministry-approved narratives. The protective enchantments surrounding the reconstructed property reflected a similar evolution in thinking, while maintaining some of the unusual defenses developed by Xenophilius over the years. The new security system incorporated standard protective spells taught to Order members during the war, creating layers of defense that combined mainstream effectiveness with uniquely Lovegood innovations. Most notably, The property now included a variation of the Fidelius charm that activated automatically in emergency situations, temporarily rendering the tower unplottable without requiring permanent secrecy. As the rebuilding progressed, and the Quibbler resumed publication from its new, more strategically positioned press room, the tower once again became a landmark visible across the Devon countryside, still distinctively shaped like a chess rook, still adorned with unusual decorative elements that reflected its inhabitants' interests, but now carrying the patina of history. The structure had been tested, damaged, and renewed, like the wizarding society it existed within, forever changed by the experience of darkness, but not ultimately defined by it. On clear nights, with stars visible above the reconstructed tower, and lights glowing from windows, positioned according to both astronomical significance and strategic visibility, a thoughtful observer might contemplate, how does the experience of destruction and renewal transform our understanding of home, and what deeper strength might we discover in rebuilding, not merely what was lost, but what we have learned to value more deeply through its absence. Chapter 11. The Symbolism of the Deathly Hallows. Among the many curious decorative elements adorning the Lovegood home, none held greater significance to the Second Wizarding War, or to Harry Potter's ultimate victory over Lord Voldemort, than the triangular symbol of the Deathly Hallows. This enigmatic sigil, which appeared throughout the tower from its iron gates to ceiling decorations, represented far more than mere ornamental preference. For the Lovegoods, it embodied a philosophical approach to magic and existence that defined their understanding of the world. The symbol itself possesses elegant simplicity. A triangle containing a circle, bisected by a vertical line. Yet this geometrical arrangement carries layers of meaning that most wizarding families had forgotten or never knew. In its most literal interpretation, the triangle represents the invisibility cloak, the circle embodies the resurrection stone, and the vertical line symbolizes the Elder Wand, the three legendary objects said to make their possessor master of death. Xenophilius Lovegood. His fascination with this symbol, which decorated everything from necklaces he wore to embossed designs on the Quibbler's letterhead, stemmed not from mere collector's interest in magical artifacts, but from a deeper philosophical alignment with what the Hallows represented. While many pure-blood families prided themselves on bloodlines and hereditary connection to famous wizards, Xenophilius valued knowledge, particularly knowledge others had dismissed or forgotten. The symbol of the Hallows, with its connection to the Peverell brothers and their legendary encounter with death, represented exactly the kind of magical history that mainstream wizarding education ignored, in favor of standardized spellwork and potion-making. Throughout the Lovegood home, the triangular emblem appeared in various forms and materials, each placement seemingly deliberate in its relationship to the space it occupied. Above doorways, the symbol was carved into wooden lintels, typically rendered in relief, with the triangle slightly larger than proportionally perfect, perhaps emphasizing the importance of the cloak of invisibility, which alone among the Hallows was not primarily a weapon, but a tool of protection and concealment. These carvings often incorporated subtle enchantments that activated when family members passed beneath them, creating momentary sensations of safety and welcome imperceptible to visitors. In Luna's bedroom, the symbol appeared in her own artistic interpretations, integrated into the cosmic ceiling painting, where the triangle formed constellations not recognized by conventional astronomy. Her renditions often featured the circular element, the resurrection stone, depicted slightly larger or more elaborately detailed than the other components, reflecting perhaps a young girl's unconscious emphasis on the Hallow that could theoretically reconnect her with her deceased mother. These artistic expressions transformed the symbol from mere representation into emotional landscape, the geometry becoming a framework for processing loss and finding meaning in continuation. Xenophilius's study contained the most scholarly treatments of the symbol, with diagrams tracing its appearance through wizarding history, from ancient grave markings to Grindelwald's appropriation of the sign during his rise to power. Charts on the walls connected the Hallows symbol to other magical triangular formations, including those used in certain branches of arithmancy and the spatial relationships between wand positions and complex charm casting. These academic explorations revealed the depth of Xenophilius's intellectual engagement with the concept, far beyond mere belief in the object's existence, to a comprehensive theory about how the Hallows principles might underlie fundamental aspects of magical theory. The Quibbler's printing room featured the symbol most prominently in its professional capacity, embossed on the printing press itself, incorporated into the publication's masthead design, and appearing as a watermark on special editions dedicated to historical mysteries or powerful magical artifacts. Here, the symbol represented not just the specific legend of the Hallows, the Quibbler's broader editorial mission to uncover hidden truths and challenge conventional wisdom. The positioning of the symbol on printing equipment suggested Xenophilius viewed his journalistic work as spiritually aligned with the Hallows' quest, the pursuit of knowledge that others deemed impossible or dangerous. In the kitchen and dining areas, the symbol appeared in more domestic incarnations, woven into tablecloths, etched onto serving platters, or formed by the arrangement of hooks holding cooking implements. These everyday manifestations demonstrated how thoroughly the Hallows philosophy had been integrated into the family's daily existence. The Lovegoods did not separate their intellectual interests from their domestic life, but allowed their curiosities and beliefs to permeate every aspect of their environment, creating a home where the extraordinary was normalized and the pursuit of unusual knowledge celebrated at the dinner table as readily as in the study. The garden surrounding the tower incorporated the symbol in landscaping elements, stone pathways forming triangular patterns with circular flower beds at their centers, or training climbing plants to grow along trellises shaped to suggest the Hallows design. These outdoor manifestations connected the family's philosophical interests with the natural world, suggesting their beliefs were not merely academic, but grounded in observations of magical principles they perceived in nature itself. What made the Lovegood family's relationship with this symbol particularly significant was that, for most of their lives, they understood it differently than its original meaning. Xenophilius interpreted the Hallows symbol as representing the magical elements necessary for discovering hidden truths, the cloak representing the need to look beyond appearances, the stone embodying the importance of remembering ancient wisdom, and the wand signifying the power that comes from uniting these approaches. This personal interpretation transformed what others might view as a mere treasure hunt into a philosophical framework for approaching the mysteries of existence. When Harry, Ron, and Hermione visited the tower, seeking information about the symbol Harry had observed in both Godric's Hollow and Xenophilius's apparel, they encountered a man whose lifelong fascination had prepared him to provide exactly the knowledge they needed, though his circumstances had tragically compromised his ability to offer this information safely. The conversation in the Lovegood home, despite ending in chaos and destruction, provided Harry with crucial understanding about the Hallows that would ultimately influence his final confrontation with Voldemort. The irony of this situation reveals the deeper symbolism of the Hallows' presence in the Lovegood Tower, just as the Hallows themselves represented different approaches to conquering death, through power, the wand, resurrection, the stone, or acceptance and concealment. The cloak, the Lovegoods' home, embodied different responses to challenging circumstances. The symbol that had been displayed as representation of philosophical inquiry became, in wartime, a potential lifeline when its literal meaning proved unexpectedly relevant to the conflict's resolution. Following the tower's partial destruction and subsequent rebuilding, the Hallows symbol maintained its presence throughout the structure, though with subtle modifications reflecting the family's evolved understanding. Where previously the symbol had appeared in isolation, representing a theory separate from conventional wizarding knowledge, the reconstructed home incorporated the symbol within larger contexts, surrounded by representations of proven magical principles, or integrated with symbols of inter-creature cooperation, learned during the resistance against Voldemort's pure-blood supremacy. In the memorial space created during rebuilding, a particularly significant version of the symbol was displayed, a crystalline formation that, when struck by light at specific angles, projected a spectrum of colors, suggesting that the seemingly simple geometric form contained complexity visible only from particular perspectives. This installation embodied the Lovegood's post-war understanding that truth itself is multifaceted rather than singular, and that different vantage points might reveal different but equally valid aspects of reality. Luna, whose artistic talents had matured through her experiences during the war, created perhaps the most poignant representation of the Hallows symbol in the rebuilt tower, a mural in which the triangular form appeared to be composed of hundreds of tiny portraits, faces of those lost during both wizarding wars. This transformation of the symbol from abstract geometry to human commemoration reflected her understanding that mastery of death came not through possessing magical objects, but through honoring those who had passed, and carrying their memory forward into a world they had sacrificed to improve. For visitors to the post-war Lovegood home, the ubiquitous presence of the Hallows symbol served as both historical record and ongoing inquiry. Those familiar with the symbol's role in Harry Potter's victory recognized it as evidence of how knowledge preserved on the margins of society, in homes like the Lovegoods, by families others dismissed as eccentric, could prove crucial when conventional wisdom failed. Those unfamiliar with its significance encountered in the tower a living museum where the relationship between symbol and meaning, between ancient stories and present realities, could be explored without prejudgment. Xenophilius himself, chastened by his wartime experience, but not fundamentally changed in his curiosity, continued to incorporate the symbol into new editions of the Quibbler, now with the factual account of the Hallows' existence and role in Voldemort's defeat, alongside theories about other forgotten magical principles that might similarly await rediscovery. The symbol that had once marked him for mockery now carried a certain vindication, though he wore this validation lightly, more interested in new mysteries than in dwelling on having been proven correct. As twilight deepens over the rebuilt Lovegood Tower, with candlelight illuminating the many manifestations of the Hallows symbol throughout its circular rooms, an observant visitor might contemplate what other profound truths might lie hidden in plain sight, dismissed as mere fancy or folklore, until circumstances arise that reveal their essential significance to our understanding of magic and our place within its endless mysteries. Chapter 12. Legacy of the Lovegood House. In the years following the Second Wizarding War, as magical Britain rebuilt not just its physical structures, but its social fabric and institutional foundations, the Lovegood Tower took on significance beyond its function as a family home or publishing headquarters. What had once been regarded merely as an architectural curiosity, the physical manifestation of a family's eccentricity, evolved into something more profound, a living monument to the value of intellectual independence and the courage required to maintain one's convictions against prevailing orthodoxy. This transformation began gradually, with the publication of comprehensive histories of the war that acknowledged the Quibbler's role during the period when the Daily Prophet served as a propaganda instrument for the ministry under Voldemort's indirect control. Academic researchers, piecing together the complex network of resistance that had ultimately enabled Harry Potter's victory, recognized the Lovegood home as a node in that network, a place where truth had been printed when established channels failed, where support for undesirable number one had been expressed openly when such support invited retribution. For members of Dumbledore's army who had fought alongside Luna and witnessed her unwavering loyalty despite personal cost, the rebuilt tower represented something deeply personal. In the immediate post-war period, as they processed their experiences and sought to honor relationships forged under extraordinary circumstances, the Lovegood home became an informal gathering place. The circular rooms that had once seemed merely odd now felt symbolically appropriate. Spaces without hierarchy, where each person held equal position in the shared circle of survivors. These gatherings, initially centered around Luna and her friends, gradually expanded to include others who had resisted in different capacities, or who simply sought understanding of the conflict they had lived through. Xenophilius, despite his moment of wartime compromise, found unexpected redemption in hosting these conversations. His lifetime of questioning established narratives, providing a framework for processing experiences that defied conventional understanding. The tower's physical characteristics, which had once marked it as an outlier in wizarding architecture, came to represent principles increasingly valued in post-war magical Britain. Its circular design, with no corners to create hierarchy or separation, embodied the more inclusive society many hoped to build. The windows, positioned according to astronomical significance rather than conventional aesthetics, suggested the importance of considering broader perspectives beyond immediate convenience. Even the garden, with its dirigible plums and experimental plantings, demonstrated an openness to possibilities beyond established categories. A quality the wizarding community, confronting the failures that had enabled Voldemort's rise, increasingly recognized as necessary for genuine progress. The Quibbler itself, once dismissed as a fringe publication catering to conspiracy theorists and cryptozoological enthusiasts, gained newfound respect in journalistic circles. Reporters and editors who had compromised their principles during the ministry's takeover looked with chastened admiration at a publication that had maintained independence, even at great personal risk. While the Daily Prophet remained the establishment voice of wizarding Britain, the Quibbler's circulation increased substantially, its editorial offices in the rebuilt tower becoming a legitimate alternative voice in magical media, rather than merely an amusing curiosity. For younger generations who had not experienced the war directly, the Lovegood home took on educational significance. Hogwarts professors, particularly those teaching history of magic and defense against the dark arts, occasionally arranged field trips to the tower as part of curriculum covering recent wizarding history. Standing in the circular space where Xenophilius had explained the deathly Hallows to Harry, Ron, and Hermione, students gained tangible connection to historical events previously encountered only in textbooks or family stories. Luna and Xenophilius welcomed these educational visits with characteristic openness, recognizing that their home had become something beyond private space. Luna, drawing on her artistic talents, created installations throughout the tower that combined historical documentation with immersive experience, allowing visitors to feel, in some small measure, the mixture of fear and determination that had characterized the resistance. Xenophilius contributed his editorial perspective, helping students understand how information itself had been weaponized during the conflict, and how critical independent evaluation of sources remained, even in peacetime. Architectural students from wizarding institutions around Europe began including the Lovegood Tower in their studies of magical construction techniques. What had once been considered architectural eccentricity was re-examined as innovative integration of symbolic and functional elements. The tower's unique protective enchantments, its use of building materials selected for magical properties rather than conventional durability, and its incorporation of astronomical alignments into practical design, all offered approaches diverging from standard magical architecture in potentially valuable ways. For magizoologists and those interested in experimental magic, the Lovegood property gained significance as a site where conventional boundaries between accepted and theoretical magical knowledge were productively blurred. The garden, with its cultivation of rare and unusual plant varieties, became a recognized resource for those researching magical botany. The observatory spaces in the tower's upper levels, with instruments designed according to Xenophilius's theoretical principles, occasionally produced observations that more conventional researchers had overlooked, leading to a gradual reassessment of methods reflexively dismissed as unscientific. Even the architectural oddities that had once invited mockery gained contextual appreciation. The rook-like shape of the tower, originally dismissed as whimsical chess piece mimicry, came to be understood in relation to historical wizarding structures designed for similar astronomical and magical purposes. The interior's circular rooms and spiral organization, once considered impractical, were studied for their effects on magical energy flow within living spaces. What had been seen as Lovegood's strangeness revealed itself, in many cases, as conscious engagement with magical architectural traditions, simply forgotten by mainstream practitioners. Perhaps most significantly, the tower came to represent possibility to those who felt marginalized within magical society for reasons beyond the blood status prejudice addressed directly by post-war reforms. Young witches and wizards whose perspectives, abilities, or interests placed them outside conventional expectations found in the Lovegood home an embodiment of the principle that difference need not mean isolation. The very features that had marked the tower as strange, its unexpected angles, its emphasis on natural light, its integration of spaces that conventional homes kept separate, demonstrated how environments could be created that honored individual needs rather than enforcing conformity. Luna herself, as she matured from student into accomplished magizoologist and occasional contributor to educational texts, ensured the Lovegood legacy extended beyond physical structure. Her approach to magical creatures, combining rigorous observation with openness to phenomena not yet categorized or understood, reflected the same principles that had shaped her childhood home. The expeditions she led, searching for creatures others dismissed as imaginary, departed from and returned to the tower, each journey extending the spirit of inquiry the structure represented into the wider world. Xenophilius, in the latter part of his career, found his editorial contributions at the Quibbler increasingly complemented by academic publications recognizing his particular expertise in obscure magical theories and historical curiosities. The study that had been partially destroyed during the trio's visit was rebuilt into a more formal research space, with visiting scholars occasionally taking temporary residence to access the unique collection of texts and artifacts the Lovegoods had assembled over generations. For the broader wizarding community, the Lovegood Tower gradually transformed from puzzling anomaly to valued cultural landmark, not through any official designation, but through organic recognition of its significance. Magical tourists visiting Devon made detours to view the distinctive silhouette against the countryside sky. Wizarding photographers included images of the tower in collections documenting Britain's magical heritage. Even wizarding children's literature occasionally featured thinly disguised versions of the building as settings for stories celebrating curiosity and independent thinking. In magical architectural circles, elements of what came to be called Lovegood design began appearing in new constructions, not wholesale adoption of the tower's distinctive appearance, but thoughtful incorporation of its principles. Windows positioned for astronomical significance, rather than symmetrical appearance. Interior spaces designed to facilitate the flow of both conversation and magical energy. Gardens integrated with living spaces, rather than segregated as purely decorative elements. Each implementation acknowledged, directly or indirectly, the tower's demonstration that buildings could express philosophical principles through their very structure. As decades passed, and the immediate trauma of the war receded into historical memory, the Lovegood home's significance evolved accordingly. What had been a site of resistance became a place of commemoration. What had been an architectural oddity became recognized innovation. What had been a fringe publication headquarters became a legitimate alternative voice in magical discourse. Throughout these transformations, the tower maintained its essential character, a space where accepted limitations could be questioned and new possibilities explored. Perhaps the most meaningful legacy of the Lovegood house lies not in its physical form or historical significance, but in the questions it continues to inspire in those who encounter it. Standing beside the winding path leading to the rook-shaped tower, with dirigible plums floating above garden beds, and the sound of magical wind chimes carried on the Devon breeze, visitors find themselves contemplating perspectives beyond their immediate experience. What truths might we discover if we looked beyond established categories of knowledge? What communities might we create if we valued unique perception rather than conformity? What meanings might we find in the spaces between accepted facts? As twilight settles over the Lovegood Tower, with lights glowing from windows positioned to capture specific stars as they appear in the darkening sky, consider this. How might our understanding of both magic and humanity expand if we approached the unknown, not with skepticism or fear, but with the same open-hearted wonder that transformed a peculiar house in Devon into a beacon of possibility in the wizarding world.